Mic check, 10, 9, 8.
Test, 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 1, 2. She right there in the cowboy hat.
Your seniors are down here. It's not mine. My favorite place. Yes.
Which chair's mine?
Whatever chair.
I mean, doesn't matter to me.
We don't need to keep the screen at all, so if you
Okay.
just sit here and so you can see, I'll be right here next to you.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Got it, guys.
Organized chaos.
So what they're going to start with is they're going to start with the pledges. I'll give you one. Thank you. It just helps me. No, I get it. I keep them. Call me years later. Can you get one? I need them for plastic, and I can usually find them by name. Okay, so first we're going to start with the American flag, and then we'll start with the parade flag, and then Emma will do the FFA creed. Ashton is doing the prayer.
Her name is Ashton or Ashton? Ashton. Okay.
And then so we do the anthem at the end, right there, you think? You tell me when.
I mean, it doesn't matter. I'd always do the anthem and then a prayer, but if you've already got it under this.
No,
Okay.
this was the only one that we had.
Okay.
Okay. How many copies did you make? I need another one too, please. I'm sorry.
Keep in mind this is hot unless you turn it off. Just turn it off when it's off so you're not eating battery and more of a hot one.
So if you
Okay,
just
so
want to
good morning. We want to welcome everyone to the 2024 Beef Heifer Show here at the Southeastern Youth Fair. We will start with our pledges this morning, and then we will do our anthem and an opening word of prayer, and then we will get started. So who's doing our pledge?
Easton Davis needs to just switch.
Easton Davis will be doing our Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which we stand, one nation, under God, indivisible, and liberty, justice for all.
The FFA motto. Learning to do, doing to learn, earning to live, living to serve.
I pledge my head to clear thinking, my heart to greater loyalty, my hands to larger service, and my health to better living for my club, my community, my country, and my world.
Please bow with me in prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, we want to thank you for allowing us to be part of this great industry of agriculture. Help us to be mindful each day of the value agriculture brings to our nation by providing a safe and abundant food supply. May we always remember that we depend on you for the rain and the sunshine. We thank you for the opportunity to compete and participate in the Southeastern Youth Fair. We are thankful for the many volunteers that work to make this possible for each participant. We pray that good sportsmanship will prevail in every individual and that you protect us from harm as we exhibit our projects this week. We love you, Lord, and we pray in your Son's name. Amen.
If you'll remain standing, I would like to sing our national anthem. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Mike, check.
Good deal? We would like to recognize our seniors. They will get their walk around the arena here. We want to salute them for their dedication and responsibility and respect for their projects. We've got Dylan Barnes, Catherine Boyer, Aubrey Bukovich, Scarlett Ernest, Riley Hall, Aubrey Perryman, Sydney Proctor, Frank Sakuda. How do I pronounce Leah's last name? Leah Van Ryck, Kendall Weidenbacher, and Briley Yeomans. Let's give a hand to these kids. They've spent years showing 4-H and FFA projects. It's a lot of dedication on their part. We would like to thank Sarah Bowles for being our judge today and also for singing our national anthem. We appreciate Sarah spending the day here with us. The senior showmanship is in 5 heats. It is sponsored by Cheryl Friedman and Becca Falk. This is heat number 1. In this heat will be Leela Baldwin with Town and Country 4-H Club, Reagan Barlow, Southern Roots 4-H Club, Dylan Barnes, Lake Weir High FFA, the Bellevue High FFA chapter, shown by Thomas Light, Catherine Boyer, Town and Country 4-H Club, Wyatt Bryson, Independent 4-H member, Aubrey Bukovich, Southern Roots 4-H Club, the Lake Weir High FFA, shown by Bryant Cagle, Lake Weir High FFA, shown by Victor Embody, and Marcaden Corbin with the Lake Weir High FFA. This is the first heat.
Well, I just want to thank everybody. Wow, that's loud. I want to thank everybody for allowing me to come out and be your judge today for the Heifer Show and the Showmanship. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm excited to be in the Southeastern Youth Show arena today to be able to share this time with you and your kids and your grandkids and everybody that's showing out here. So I just want to thank you for the opportunity to be able to do that and sing the national anthem this morning. That's one of my favorite parts of being able to judge. So I appreciate y'all letting me come out and do that this morning. We're gonna take these 3 young ladies back. Well, I guess 4, but you're showing with her, right? These 3 young ladies are gonna come back to our final drive for our senior showmanship. I think they exhibit probably the best qualities in terms of the most experience in the show ring today. They really know how to set their heifers up and set their cow up to show the best qualities of the animal, and that's really the purpose of showmanship, is to show off the best qualities of the conformation of your heifer or your animal in the ring. So I think they do the best job of that today. I'll talk more about them when we get in the final drive, but congratulations, these 3 young ladies. Good job. Everybody else, you guys did a good job as well. I think we just need some more time in terms of experience and being able to make sure that you're setting up quick enough, getting those feet placed right, and make sure you're confident with your animal when you're walking around. Okay, good job to everybody in the ring. Let's give it up for them.
Thank you, exhibitors, for coming into this class. Coming back will be Leela Baldwin in no particular order. Baldwin, Reagan Barlow, and Aubrey Bukovich. Nice job. In heat number 2 will be Chloe Davis with a Wild and Country 4-H Club. Emma Dews with a Denellen High FFA. Scarlett Ernest, Southern Roots 4-H Club. Westport High FFA, shown by Jillian Willoughby. Westport High FFA, Madison Morgan. Addison Gray with a Southern Roots 4-H Club. Riley Hall, Lucky Learners 4-H Club. Julia Hedinger with Wild and Country 4-H Club. Danella Heislip, Westport High FFA, and Weston Howard with Town and Country 4-H Club. This is the second heat of the senior showmanship.
Let's put our hands together for all these exhibitors out here. Everybody's done a great job in this class. I mean, there's really nothing to pick apart In terms of the ones that are not coming back, it's nothing necessarily that you did wrong. There's just a little bit more intensity in the way that these guys show out here, the ones that I'm going to keep. I really like the look that each one of them have and the just the style that they're showing with today and the way that they're setting their animals up really nicely and they have that style about that showmanship that I like today in the ring. So that's why they're going to stay. I'm going to bring them back to the final drive, but you guys all did a great job as well. Just maybe didn't rise to that level of intensity of showing that I really like to see out here in the ring. But good job to each one of you, and I think you guys will get better and better every time you come out here. So good job. Let's give it up for these guys.
Thank you to all the exhibitors in heat number 2 of senior showmanship. The 3 coming back in the final drive will be Chloe Davis, Riley Hall, and Julia Hedinger. Let's give a round of applause for this heat. This was a nice job. In heat number 3, the 11 exhibitors will be Lila Huggins with Trinity Catholic High FFA, Gabriella Kaplan, Wild and Country 4-H Club, Lillian Lagos, Westport High FFA, Rebecca Lafise, Trinity Catholic High FFA, Bailey Leitner, Town and Country 4-H Club, Brianna Lopez, Stars and Stripes 4-H Club, Michaela Lowry, Kendrick 4-H Club, Rosa Grace McKee, North Marion High Junior FFA, the North Marion High Junior FFA shown by Kinley Antis, North Marion High Junior FFA shown by Emma Ramsey, and Sydney Proctor with Bellevue High Senior FFA.
Let's put our hands together for these guys out here. These four young ladies are going to come back to our final drive. I felt like there needed to be four in this particular round. They just get a little bit more competitive. I really like the eye contact of these young ladies right here. I did tell this one, maybe get a little bit better eye contact whenever you come around, but she's having a little bit tough time with her calf. But just eye contact is a huge thing in showmanship because you need to know where the judge is so that you can present your animal the best to wherever the judge is in the ring. So you want to make sure you always know where I'm at or whoever the judge is. I think I lost some of you guys on that. And so some of y'all are doing a great job in terms of, how you're holding your show stick, how you're setting up your calf, but you definitely need to make sure that you're looking a little bit more like 90 to 100% eye contact at the judge, okay? And also, make sure that you know where your calf is at the same time, okay? So that just comes with experience. Let's put a hand together for all these guys in the ring. We're going to keep these four young ladies. Good job to y'all.
Okay, in heat number 3, we want to thank the exhibitors and Lila Huggins with Trinity Catholic High FFA, Bailey Leitner with Town and Country 4-H Club, Michaela Lowry with Kendrick 4-H Club, and Sydney Proctor with the Bellevue High FFA will be coming back. Okay, are these kids coming in together since they're brother and sister?
They are.
Okay.
Their mom was fine.
And how do you do number 85? How do you pronounce it?
85. Hannah Varnado.
Barnado? Okay. In heat number 4, we have Carson Oliver from Bellevue Bald Eagles 4-H Club, Aiden Permar from Denellen High FFA, Hannah Varnado, North Marion High FFA, Ada Perryman, Town and Country 4-H Club, Tenley Proctor, Bellevue High FFA, Jasmine Raymond, Westport High FFA, Ava Routh, Town and Country 4-H Club, Brooke Sakuda from Forest High FFA, Frank Sakuda, Forest High FFA, and Savannah Sant from Westport High FFA. This is heat number 4 of Seniors Showmanship.
Let's put our hands together for the guys, for the young lady and the young ladies and the young men that are in here. This young man's going to be one of our ones we're going to keep, and the two young ladies, I think they probably have all the pieces put together in the correct way today in terms of the showmanship. Like I said before, it's really just all an opinion thing. And when it comes to showmanship, I mean, there are qualities that you can have, like eye contact and the way that you set up your animal, but a lot of it is opinion. Another judge could come in and prefer the way that somebody shows it with some of you guys that are over here. And it's not saying that you're a bad showman at all. It's just my preference in the way that I like the intensity. I like the passion. I like the excitement that these guys are showing out here. And I'm gonna keep them in this round, in this heat. So good job to each one of you guys. Yep.
Thank you to all the exhibitors in heat number 4. Carson Oliver with the Bellevue Bald Eagles 4-H Club, Ada Perryman, and Brooke Sakuda from Forest High FFA will be coming back. We want to give recognition to the principal of the Denellen Middle School is here, Mr. Ken McAteer. We want to thank him for being here today and supporting the Denellen kids and all the kids in Marion County. We appreciate the school leaders who come and support all these kids. It means a lot to them. It really does mean a lot more to the kids than you think it does. So thank you very much to Mr. Ken McAteer for being here today. We really appreciate it. Heat number 5 will be Madison Shade from Lucky Learners 4-H Club, Kinsley Starling, Trinity Catholic High FFA, Lane Taylor, Town and Country 4-H Club, Paige Tooman, Independent 4-H member, Leah Reich from Vanguard High FFA, Aubrey Perryman, Town and Country 4-H Club, Hunter Varnado, Caprine 4-H Club, Ashlyn Wan, Vanguard High FFA, Kendall Weidenbacher from Southern Roots 4-H Club, and Briley Yeomans from North Marion High FFA. This is heat number 5 of senior showmanship.
Good job to all these guys in the ring. Let's give them a round of applause. They're working hard this morning, and I know that I know it's difficult coming out here with 12 other people. I mean, it's a pretty tough and competitive type of showmanship class this morning, and I appreciate the quality that's coming all the way down in each one of these heats. We're going to keep these 4 young ladies over here. I think they're the most competitive in this heat. I think that they have the best eye contact. I really like how some of them, especially this young lady right here, I like how you left a lot of space in front of your animal, enough to be able to correct her if you needed to. That says a lot about your experience in the show ring, and I appreciate that. So we're going to keep all these young ladies. Let's give it up for all these guys as well. Good job to everybody in the ring. I think we're going to bring back our senior drive of showmanship.
Thank you to our exhibitors in heat number 5. Coming back in no particular order will be Madison Shade with Lucky Learners 4-H Club, Kinsley Starling with Trinity Catholic High FFA, Ashlyn Wan with Vanguard High FFA, and Brealey Yeomans with North Marion High FFA. Thank you to all of the exhibitors. We appreciate your hard work. So coming back for the final drive, in no particular order, will be Leela Baldwin, Town and Country 4-H Club, Reagan Barlow, Southern Roots 4-H Club, Aubrey Bukovich, Southern Roots 4-H Club, Chloe Davis, Wild and Country 4-H, Riley Hall, Lucky Learners 4-H, Julia Hedinger, Wild and Country 4-H, Lila Huggins, Trinity Catholic High FFA, Bailey Leitner with Town and Country 4-H Club, Michaela Lowry, Kendrick 4-H Club, Sydney Proctor with Bellevue High FFA, Carson Oliver with the Bellevue Bald Eagles 4-H Club, Ada Perryman, Town and Country 4-H, Brooke Sakuda, Forest High FFA, Madison Shade, Lucky Learners 4-H, Kinsley Starling, Trinity Catholic High FFA, Ashlyn Wan, Vanguard High FFA, Brealey Yeomans, North Marion High FFA. We want to thank our sponsors again one more time, Cheryl Friedman and Becca Falk, for being the sponsors for the senior showmanship class. Let's give Cheryl and Becca a round of applause. We appreciate their generosity.
Let's put our hands together for all the kids in the ring. This is your final drive for senior showmanship, and what I'm doing is these guys out here in the center are not placed in any particular order, but they are going to be my top 6. So we're going to go ahead and release everybody else that's on the fence line, but everybody did a really nice job. Just some picky things that I could say is maybe just a little bit better eye contact, maybe have your calf set up a little bit quicker, and sometimes they don't want to move quite as well as we want them to whenever they get in showmanship. For some reason, they know it's showmanship and they don't want to walk, right? So that's just some little picky things. If we could, get down to little nitpicky things, that's some things that I would improve on to say to help you move up to the top 6. But again, it's also an opinion thing. Somebody else could come in and like a different style, the way that people show, and place certain people in the top and others not. So I just appreciate the ones that are out here in the middle. We're going to keep them, and I'm going to go ahead and let them, once everybody leaves out, we're going to have them recircle around and show again, and I'm going to ask them some questions, and then I'll place your top 6. Let's give it up for them one more time.
Okay, our 6 exhibitors in no particular order are Chloe Davis with Wild and Country 4-H Club, Julie Hedinger with Wild and Country 4-H Club, Carson Oliver, Bellevue Bald Eagles 4-H Club, Ada Perryman, Town and Country 4-H Club, Brooks Sakuda, Forest High FFA, and Ashlyn Wan, Vanguard High FFA.
Let's give them a round of applause. This is your final drive for senior showmanship. What I've done is I've placed we have 6 placings, and so I've put 6th, 5th, and 4th place out here in the center of the ring, and then I'm gonna choose these as we go along. I wanna go ahead and say that these young ladies have done a great job to make it in the top 6 of all 5 heats of showmanship. That's something to be commended. Just like I said before, it's an opinion kind of thing. I prefer that the way that these guys show a little bit more than you guys, but I think that you've done a great job in terms of eye contact and setting your animals up, really knowledgeable about heifers and breeding and the qualities that we need in terms of a breeding heifer. That's something that I asked a question. I said, if you could make an ideal female, what are some qualities that she would have? And each one of these guys, everybody in the ring was doing a great job answering that question. So you're very knowledgeable. I appreciate that from a former teacher. I appreciate that. So let's give it up for these 3 ladies. We're going to be 6th, 5th, and 4th place. Good job. Then when it comes down to 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, I think these are 3 showmen that they have some different qualities. The young man, I really enjoy your poise, the way that you show. You're extremely poised, but you're also very much in control. You present that animal to the best of your ability. I really appreciate that. You're going to be my 3rd place today, okay? Congratulations to you. I told him, I was like, how's it feel being the only man out here in the ring? Good job, man. Then it comes down to a pair of 2 young ladies. They have different show styles. I love the intensity that you show with. I love the way that your style and the way that you hold your show stick. And I told her, I was like, showing a Brahman is totally different than showing, different breeds are totally different in the way that we show, right? And so this young lady's doing an amazing job in terms of your intensity. I love that. I love the way your eye contact is always on point. But I actually prefer the poise that you show in the show ring. Your animal's always set up. You're going to be my winner today. I really appreciate your show style. I love the way she's always set up. She's always on point. She's always got those feet set up the way they're supposed to be. And she uses her show stick effectively, and she's got that eye contact and poise to go with it. You're going to be my winner. You're going to be my 2nd place today. Good job.
For senior showmanship, 6th place goes to Julia Hedinger from Wild and Country 4-H Club. 5th place is Brooke Sakuda, Forest High FFA. 4th place, Chloe Davis, Wild and Country 4-H Club. 3rd place is Carson Oliver, Bellevue Bald Eagles 4-H Club. 2nd place is Ada Perryman, Town and Country 4-H Club. And congratulations in 1st place goes to Ashlyn Wan with Vanguard High FFA. Congratulations to all the exhibitors. You did a really great job. Let's give a round of applause to all these kids and even the ones that have already gone out. That concludes the senior showmanship. That was sponsored by Cheryl Friedman and Becca Falk. Our next class is the intermediate showmanship. This is sponsored by Amy Perryman Ultrasounding. The intermediate showmanship. We have 2 heats. We have 8 exhibitors in heat number 1. We have Kirsten Burbage from Caprine 4-H Club, Emily Serlinsky, Fort McCoy Middle FFA, Easton Davis, Country Clovers 4-H Club, Kaylee Draper, Bellevue Bald Eagles 4-H, Gracie Faison, Lucky Learners 4-H Club, Shelby Faison from Ina A. Colon Academy School 4-H, Megan Jarris with Denellen Middle FFA and Camden Howard Town and Country 4-H Club. These are your 8 exhibitors and heat number 1 for the intermediate showmanship.
Good job to everybody in the ring. Let's put our hands together for them all. This is our first heat of intermediate. I believe we have 2 heats. We're going to keep the 3 young ladies out here in the center. I think they all look a little more experienced in terms of the way that they show. They hold their show sticks right. They got the right look in the show ring. They've got the eye contact. And I just appreciate the way that each one of them are poised, but also in control. So we're going to give this to these 3 young ladies. We're going to bring them back for the final drive. Congratulations to everybody else. Good job, everybody.
We want to thank the exhibitors in this class in intermediate showmanship. In the ring is Kirsten Burbage, Caprine 4-H Club, Emily Serlinski, Fort McCoy Middle FFA, and Kaylee Draper, Bellevue Bald Eagles. Heat number 2 will be the next 6, Sam Love, Bellevue Bald Eagles 4-H, Alyssa Morgan, Town and Country 4-H, Evelyn Pierpont, Town and Country 4-H, Stella Ponce, Denellen Middle FFA, Emily Wall, Town and Country 4-H Club, and Madison Wall, Town and Country 4-H Club.
Again, this is a pretty competitive class. I think there's just 3 that really rise to the top in terms of quality and maybe experience and have done it a time or two. That's going to be this young lady over here with the baldy calf, the young man with the other baldy calf, and this young lady with the red Brahman. They're going to come back today for our final drive.
Thank you to the exhibitors in this heat. Coming back will be Sam Love from Bellevue Bald Eagles, Emily Wall, Town and Country 4-H, and Madison Wall, Town and Country 4-H. In the ring will be, in no particular order, Kirsten Burbage, Caprine 4-H, Emily Serlinski, Fort McCoy Middle FFA, Kaylee Draper, Bellevue Bald Eagles 4-H, Sam Love, Bellevue Bald Eagles 4-H, Emily Wall, Town and Country 4-H, and Madison Wall, Town and Country 4-H. This is the intermediate showmanship sponsored by Amy Perryman Ultrasounding.
Let's put our hands together for this final drive of intermediate showmen. We got 3 in the center of the ring today. That's going to be 6th, 5th, and 4th place. They all did a great job. Just some things, some pointers. Maybe get your animal set up a little bit faster. Maybe know some more knowledge about the actual qualities of a breeding female and what we're looking for and why we need that rib shape, why we need that capacity and internal capacity. It's for making, making offspring and being able to calve easy and being able to get them bred, quicker. So those are some things that we need to know about the industry that we're working with. So if you're showing, you need to know about that. So those are some things I could give you pointers on, is just maybe have a little bit more eye contact, get a little bit more intense with the way that you're showing, learn how to hold your show stick to where it's useful in the show ring, and also just know about the industry of what we're looking for, okay? So good job to everybody. They're going to be 6th, 5th, and 4th. And then down here in your top 3, it's more competitive. I do think that, showmanship is a combination of your animal and your showmanship, techniques and the ability to be able to show the animal to the best of its ability. But I do think that a good showman can make a calf that's not acting as well really stand out. And you can still see the qualities of how good that showman is. And that's why this young lady with the red Brahmin is going to be my winner today. You're going to be my winner. I think that you show the experience, you show the poise, even in the midst of adversity. Your calf was acting perfect for you, but you made that, and I was absolutely not saying that's a bad animal. That is a fantastic heifer right there, the other young lady's showing. I'm saying attitude-wise and the way that she's acting in the ring right now might not be the most pleasurable for you, but you made the best of it, and you overcame the adversity in the ring, and I appreciate you sticking with it and having good character about it and continuing to show with a positive attitude. So you're going to win this division today. Yeah, let's give it up for her. In 2nd place, this young lady's going to be 2nd. I like your poise as well. I like the way that you have your heifer set up. She looks absolutely beautiful from the profile view. You've still got that poise and that show-like appearance. I love the way that you use your show stick, but you don't overuse it. You're doing a fantastic job. You're going to be my 2nd place today. And then we can give it up for her as well. Let's put your hands together. And then in 3rd place, you're going to be my 3rd today. You have a little bit more trouble with your animal and getting her set up and getting her to stay in the right spot, but your eye contact is there, and I think your passion is there, and I can see that through you, and I think you're doing a fantastic job. You're going to be my 3rd place. Let's give them one more round of applause.
Here are the results for the intermediate showmanship. 6th place is Emily Wall, Counting Country 4-H Club. 5th place, Sam Love, Bellevue Bald Eagles 4-H. 4th place, Kirsten Burbage, Caprine 4-H Club. 3rd place, Emily Serlinski, Fort McCoy Middle FFA. 2nd place, Kaylee Draper with Bellevue Bald Eagles 4-H, and congratulations in 1st place is Madison Wall with Town and Country 4-H Club. Thank you to all the exhibitors in the intermediate showmanship. That was sponsored by Amy Perriman, Ultrasounding. We want to give recognition to Ashton Perryman in the arena here. She's with the judge today. She's helping the judge today as a ring steward. Ashton is the Marion County Cattleman's sweetheart. So thank you, Ashton, for everything you're doing for us today. Okay. Just a reminder, at the conclusion of all of the classes today, the Marion County Cattlewomen are sponsoring the 2024 SEYF Beef Heifer Alumni Show. You can sign up in the office right outside the sales ring. You do not have to have shown previously. All adults are welcome to sign up. There'll be 2 classes. 18 to 30 years old and 31 and older. You must sign a waiver to participate in this alumni showmanship. So if you want to do that, there's a sign up at the office right outside this ring here. Not sales ring. Yeah, it is sales ring. Okay. Okay, we have 11 exhibitors in junior showmanship. This is sponsored by Edwards Cattle Company. Junior showmanship. We have Zach Blackburn, Southern Roots 4-H. Kaylee Ray Cassidy, Majestic Oaks 4-H. Ava Gigliotti, Town and Country 4-H Club. Paisley Lewis, Bellevue Bald Eagles 4-H Club. Chloe O'Call, Caprine 4-H. Harper Russell, Caprine 4-H. Alyssa Skinner, Country Clovers 4-H Club. Ailey May Spalding, Majestic Oaks 4-H. Adeline Upton, Majestic Oaks 4-H. Lillian Wall, Town and Country 4-H. And Peyton Williams from Colt Country 4-H Club. This is the junior showmanship sponsored by Edwards Cattle Company.
Let's give them a round of applause. It's tough when you're young like this and getting out here, working with these big animals. It's hard sometimes, and some of them are emotional. And, I'm a mom. I have a 3-year-old little girl, and so I'm a mom on top of everything. So I just appreciate you guys letting me get in there and be able to talk to your kids, even though, they're little, but this is a learning experience at the same time. So, and a character building experience on top of that. So congratulations to the ones in the center of the ring. They're going to be our top 6. I haven't placed them yet. I'm going to go through and talk to them one more time or look at the way that they show. But the ones on the rail are going to go on out. Let's give it up for them.
At the conclusion of the junior showmanship class, we will take a 20-minute break, and then we will return and start with the American division. We will take a 20-minute break as soon as we are finished with this junior showmanship class.
Join me as we put our hands together for this class of juniors. This is our final drive for them. They've done a great job. This is the top 6 out of all of them. The ones we placed, this young man's going to be 6 today. I talked to him about maybe having some better eye contact and things to help us improve, because I was a teacher, so I want to help improve you as well. Okay, use this as a learning tool as well. So you're doing a great job. You just need to have a little bit more eye contact and know where I'm at, okay? Good job to you. This young lady's going to, with the Charlet Cross calf, is going to be our 5th place winner. Hey, this is your moment to shine. You can smile. You can smile. That's what I'm talking about. Good job to you, young lady. She's got a heart of gold, I can tell, and I don't even know her. She's done a heck of a job out here today. I admire the way you stick with it, even though your calf sometimes keeping her head down and moving it all around. You're doing a great job, okay? If you could keep her head up just a little bit more and get a little bit better eye contact, maybe peek over the top of her head and try to see me a little bit more, that would help you move up a little bit higher, okay? Good job to you. This young man's doing a great job as well. His heifer's kind of, now she's calm, but she was giving him a hard time over here on the profile view. But one that, you know, you're a great showman. Whenever she's acting right, you know what to do. You know how to look. You got great eye contact. Just maybe the girls beat you out just a little bit over here in the top 3, but you did a great job, okay? Congratulations to you for being 4th. Good job. Then we've got our top 3 young ladies over here on the rail. Some that there's gives and takes with the way that they show. I admire the way that each one of them does in their own special way. But I think in 3rd place today, we're going to go with you, young lady, the one in the middle. You're going to be our 3rd place winner. You have that eye contact. You've got that look. I admire the way that your calf does really well for you. I would say feet placement-wise, we need to work on that just a little bit. But that's something you can improve on for the future and do even better next time. Okay, so good job to you. You're going to be 3rd place today. Then it comes down to 2 young ladies that I think both have their own style. There's one in here that was the only exhibitor to use the entire show ring whenever we went and did that circle. And so that's why we're going to give the win to this young lady right here. You're going to be our winner for our junior division. I admire the way you have your cast set up properly all the time, and you did. You used the entire show ring, which is an experience quality, which means you've done this a time or 2, and I appreciate that about you. So good job to you, young lady. You're going to be 2nd today. Good job to you as well. Maybe just a few things to work on. Make sure you also use the entire ring whenever you're showing, okay? Keep that eye contact, and you're doing a great job. Let's give it up for them all one more time.
Here are the top 6 placings for junior showmanship. 6th place goes to Peyton Williams, Colt Country 4-H Club. 5th place is Harper Russell with the Caprine 4-H Club. 4th place, Zach Blackburn, Southern Roots 4-H. 3rd place, Lillian Wall, Town and Country 4-H Club. 2nd place is Paisley Lewis with Bellevue Bald Eagles 4-H. And congratulations in 1st place to Adeline Upton with Majestic Oaks 4-H Club. Okay, we'll be taking a 20-minute break. We will return here at 11:10 for the American division. We'll take a 20-minute break. We'll return here at 11:10 to start the American division for the beef heifer show, beef heifer cow show. Just a reminder, at the conclusion of the classes today, the Marion County Cattlewomen will be sponsoring the Beef Heifer Alumni Showmanship. You can sign up for this right outside of the sales ring. All the animals used must have participated in the show today, and you do not have to have shown previously. All adults are welcome to sign up. There'll be 2 classes, 18 to 30 years old, and the senior class is 31 and older. You do have to sign a waiver to participate in this class. It will be at the conclusion of all of the classes today. We'll be starting the American Lightweight. We have 4 classes in the American Lightweight. The American Lightweight class number 1. This is sponsored by Nails by Jessica at Polished. We have 2 entries in this class, Ava Gigliotti and Wyatt Bryson. Ava is with the Town and Country 4-H Club, and Wyatt is an independent 4-H member. The heifers in this class are 335 pounds and 411 pounds.
We got two really nice little heifers in the lightweight American division. The first class we're going to have out here in the ring. We got one that's the little heavier weight, larger frame type heifer I'm going to use for first in the class. The young man's Charlotte Cross heifer out here is going to be our first place in this class. One that we come in from an extended point of view. I really like the foot and bone that's underneath her, and she hits the ground pretty square in comparison to the one that I'm going to use for second place. She's pretty correct and square on her feet and legs, and it's got enough bone and enough bone width and dimension on the surface down there. Some things that we like to change about her, I'd like to balance her up a little bit more in her front 1/3 and make her just a little bit more balanced throughout, maybe extend her out. But we admire the femininity in her front 1/3 throughout her head and neck, and we commend her for that. So she's going to be our first place winner in this lighter weight division. Young lady's calf is going to be second, one that I think will mature out to a really nice production type female, but today I think she just gives up some of that that bone width at the ground. She kind of gets a little splay-footed when you look at her from the front view, but one that's really nice and feminine. She's level down her top line, and she's nice and extended. If we could get some rib shape and kind of grow her out in the future, I think she'll make a nice production female for you. Good job to you. Let's give it up for this class.
Second place goes to Ava Gigliotti from Town and Country 4-H, and first place is Wyatt Bryson, independent 4-H member. Thank you to the exhibitors in this class. Class number 2. Class number 2, these heifers will range from 630 pounds to 714 pounds. In the arena will be Abry Perryman, Town and Country 4-H. Paige Tuman, independent 4-H member. Alyssa Skinner, Country Clovers 4-H Club. And Leela Baldwin, Town and Country 4-H. There are 4 entries in this class 2.
Let's put our hands together for this next class. This is a good class of quality females. The one that's going to win our class today, you can give it up for this young lady with this red calf out here. She's going to be our winner. This is a calf that's very complete in terms of her makeup. You study her from the ground up and look at her from the surface. She's really wide in her foot and bone and tracks really true and sound in the movement that she makes out here in the ring today. When you study her on up, she's really smooth in the point of her shoulder. You study her on up it through her head and neck, and she could be a nick more feminine, yeah, for sure, but she's got that maternal look about her that I really admire. When you study her on back through her forerib and into her flank, she carries that depth and internal definition, internal rib shape that we're looking for in an ideal production female. You look down her top, she's real square hipped in the point of her hip, and maybe we could raise her up maybe a little bit in the point of her shoulder, make her just a nick more taller fronted to kind of balance her, just if we're getting nitpicky. But this is a nice, complete production female that we're going to use for first today. Good job for you. In second place is going to be this young lady's calf, one that's a little plainer in terms of her muscle shape, a little fleshier appearing, one that maybe doesn't have that extreme rib shape, but I think in terms of overall balance and design, she's probably the closest in terms of being second place to that one that we're going to use for the class winner. You study her from the ground. She's similar in terms of her squareness. I wish I could widen up her bone mass just a little bit, make her a little stouter footed, but one that is sound enough for me and does get around pretty easily in the show ring. Commendably, she also has some really nice muscle shape and expression, which could, translate to making some really nice market steers in the future and producing some, but one that I think is feminine enough through the head and neck. She's level and square out of her hip, and we admire her for second place today. Congratulations to you. In third place, we're going to use the Pinzgauer influenced heifer out here, maybe Hereford if you look at it that way, type heifer that we've got out here, one that's extremely wide in her foot and bone at the surface. Maybe we could make her a little squarer in her placement of her structurally at the ground. I'd like to maybe turn her toes back in a little bit more square when you study her, but one that, when we look at her from a commercial standpoint, she is extremely big-bodied, big-centered, big-ribbed, and that's going to help her production-wise in the future. Could we make her a little bit more feminine and clean her up in her brisket and her head and neck? Yeah, probably. I would prefer her maybe a little bit more feminine through that area, but one that is level enough for me, and I think similarly fits with the two that we have in the top of the class. Congratulations to you. Then in fourth place, the Angus influenced heifer, definitely not a bad one at all. Just because you're fourth, young lady, doesn't mean that your calf is bad. Just in the class today, we compare them to each other. So it's not necessarily that the one in the last place is a bad animal at all. It's just that when compared to the others, it's just my personal preference. And I think this calf needs to get a little bit better balance to move her up just a little bit more. She definitely has good width of foot and bone and very nice and feminine. If I could put her femininity on the third place calf, I think that third place calf would have been a lot more ideal. And if I could add the rib shape and the width over the top of her pin set that third place calf had to yours, I think that it would be more ideal, okay? So there's some trade-offs, but today you're going to be fourth in this class. Congratulations to you, young lady.
In class number 2, fourth place goes to Alyssa Skinner from Country Clovers 4-H. Third place, Paige Tuman, an independent 4-H member. Second place is Avery Perryman, Town and Country 4-H. And first place goes to Leela Baldwin, Town and Country 4-H. Class number 3 of the American Lightweight. Gracie Faison, Lucky Learners 4-H Club. Ada Perryman, Town and Country 4-H Club. Briley Yeomans, North Marion High, FFA. Alyssa Morgan, Town and Country 4-H Club. Hunter Varnado, Caprine 4-H Club. And Leah Van Ryck, Vanguard High, FFA. There are 6 entries in class number 3.
This is another good class. We can put our hands together for them. It's pretty competitive in the top two. I'm going to talk them from the bottom placing in this class particularly. It's not a bad calf at all. The tiger stripe calf down here that's going to be our last whole calf in this particular drive is not bad. She's got a very long extended when viewed on the profile. She's one that's a larger frame type female. I think she's going to be really completely fine when put into a production setting. She's going to be pretty hardy, and having the Brahma breed, that's one that's hardy already, one that's got a lot of potential when placed into that actual setting of being bred and being a production type female. That's going to be a good one. She's square on her feet and legs. She's got enough bone. Could we make her a little bit more balanced? Yeah, absolutely. But one that today just gets a little bit outmassed in terms of her rib shape, gets a little more plainer in her rib shape, and that's why she's going to be at the bottom of this class today, okay? But good job to you, young lady, okay? The young man's calf, more Angus influenced calves in the next two holes. One that I think, young man, she just outdoes you just a little bit in terms of rib shape. You get on top of these animals and you're looking at them diagonally at their forerib, and this one just gets a little bit more plainer in her appearance, I think. Is she more feminine? Yes. I think between these two, she's definitely more feminine, and we're comparing them to each other. But in terms of rib shape and bone, I think this one has the advantage. That's why you're going to be fourth, young lady, and you're going to be fifth, okay? Good job. Then when it comes down to third, I think there's some trade-offs between third and fourth place. So again, we're comparing them to each other. The red calf, I think, is just a little bit stouter featured. You look at her from the ground, she's really square, and she's got some really thick foot and bone that I admire from a structural standpoint and a soundness standpoint. She's got it going on. Do I think that the Angus influenced calf is a little more feminine and probably a little cleaner up front? Yes, probably. But today I think I'm going to go with the added rib shape and that thick structure at the base. So good job to you, young lady.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, good job. Then it comes down to pretty much a personal preference between the two that we have left. I know some judges don't necessarily like Brahmins or don't necessarily like American type breed, but I just like good cattle. So it's just basically a trade-off. You've got two really good, totally different breeds here, and you've got just some trade-offs to make. But for their own breeds, they're absolutely amazing. Both of them are, and so you both to be commended for that. She told me this one's a purebred beef master. Okay, cool. And obviously we got a gray Brahma heifer over here. I think just in terms of looking at these heifers and thinking about them, putting them into a production type setting, I'm going to opt to go for what I believe is going to be the most hardy and withstand the most and be able to still probably get bred. I'm going to use the Brahma heifer to win the class today. I'm going to use your heifer for second. I think condition-wise, she's a little bit more where I would like for her to be. I think this calf, you could argue that she's a little over-conditioned, I would think, maybe just a tad, maybe to get bred if you were, if she was that degree whenever you started to breed her. But I think she's really nice in terms of her square hip. She's got extremely long level top line. She just needs to be extended a little bit out of that front 1/3 to make her a little more attractive in that head and neck. But I'm going to give it to the Brahma today. I think that's a really nice quality female that's got some good square and thick foot and bone at the ground. So good job to you, young lady. Let's put our hands together for him.
Class number 3, which is sponsored by Southern Pro Fence. 6th place goes to Gracie Faison, Lucky Learners 4-H. 5th place is Hunter Varnado with Caprine 4-H Club. 4th place is Leah Van Ryck, Vanguard High FFA. 3rd place, Alyssa Morgan, Town and Country. 2nd place, Briley Yeomans, North Marion High FFA. And 1st place goes to Ada Perryman with Town and Country 4-H Club. I need to announce the sponsor for the class number 2. The previous class, it was Lowry's Land Service. So class number 2 sponsor is Lowry's Land Service. In the arena will be class number 4, sponsored by Colt Cattle Company. Class number 4 has 7 entries. In the arena will be Leah Van Ryck, Vanguard High FFA. Bailey Leitner, Town and Country 4-H. Callie Ray Cassidy, Majestic Oaks 4-H. Camden Howard, Town and Country 4-H. Sydney Proctor, Bellevue High FFA. Kirsten Burbage, Caprine 4-H Club, and Julia Hettinger, Wilding Country 4-H Club. These heifers range from 852 pounds to 978. We want to welcome the principal of Bellevue High School. Heather Guest is here today. Thank you, Ms. Guest, for being here and supporting the kids from Bellevue and supporting all the kids in Marion County. We appreciate it.
Let's put our hands together. This is our final class in our lightweight division of American breeds. This is one that is tough for me. This is probably the toughest one we've had today yet. We're going to talk from the bottom, placing all the way up to the top. This young lady, like I said, this is a super nice calf out here on the end. It's nothing to be ashamed of. It's not like it's bad, but we'd have to place it in this hole for me today because she is the flattest ribbed. She gets a little more plain in terms of her muscle shaping, and more of her rib shape is not as much there as some of the other ones, I think, higher up in the class. But wow, she's got some amazing foot and bone down low. You study her from the ground up. She's sound-footed and stout-featured, and that's a great quality to have. We just want to clean her up in her front end, maybe make her a little more bold in her rib cage. Good job to you. The Brahma heifer in the next hole is one that when you look at it from the side, I really admire how deep body she is. And that lower third of her body, she really gets down, and she's deep from her forerib all the way back to her flank. She's level-bodied in my opinion, but then where she gives it up for me, I'd like to clean her up in her navel, make her just a little bit more sound on her feet and legs. She kind of gets a little off in her back wheels and doesn't really want to set that weight down on those pasterns back there in her back part of her legs. But one that just gets a little over-conditioned for me. She's a little fatter in her makeup, one that I would just clean up just a little bit and make her a little more fresh appearing to move her any higher today. But we admire that rib shape and that deepness and capacity of her rib. Good job to you, young lady. In the next hole is going to be this young lady's calf, one that's stout-featured and square at the ground. She's square when you view her from the front, and you also look at her from behind. From hock to ground, she's extremely square and bold-featured. Where I'd like to change her a little bit is make her a little more feminine through her head and neck, give her some feminine qualities, and kind of trim up some of that brisket and make her a little bit more feminine featured. I also like to maybe make her shoulder changed a little bit. If we could do anything, make her a little bit more smooth and feminine through that point of that shoulder, and maybe raise her up a notch and make her a little taller fronted to balance out with the rest of her body. But a really bold featured heifer that's also got some nice rib shape, and we have to commend her for that. So good job to you. And then in the next hole is going to be the Charlet influenced calf, one that's very level in her design. She's really square out of her hip. She's got enough adequate foot and bone underneath her, and she combines that nicely with some feminine traits through her head and neck. Where she gives up a little bit for me is when we get into the top three of the class. I think they are extremely bold featured, and they just put that broodiness together that we're looking for. And I'd like to just give her a little more substance, widen her out through her internal rib shape and make her a little bit wider to carry a little bit bigger of a load in terms of production. Good job to you, young lady. Let's put our hands together, guys. They're working hard out here. I'm sweating just walking around talking. I can't even imagine what they're doing. And then in the third and second and first place holes, it gets a little tougher for me. I think that this one arguably could be a first place heifer on a different day. I think that she's obviously extremely high quality. I think she just gives up a little bit of that just rib shape for me. When you look at her more just above her flank, she kind of hollows out just a little bit and wants to get up in her top just a little when you put her on the move. But she's extremely well featured in her front end. She's very feminine, probably arguably the most feminine in the entire class. I would just like to see her, a little bit less hollow and more filled out, and a little bit sounder, and maybe not putting her back and her top line up quite as much whenever she walks. But good job to you, young lady. That's a really nice calf right there in third place. In second place, I guess I'll just talk both of these at the same time. The more Brangus influenced calf is one that I think is sound-footed. She gets around pretty nicely, though I'd like to change her. I think she gets a little bit excessive in the hind leg placement, wants to get them kind of up underneath herself just a little bit. But I think she's level-bodied enough and definitely has that rib shape and very wide through her pin set when you look at her over the top. And then you've got the red female over here that's real level body, square hip, kind of our ideal looking female in terms of a show heifer. She's feminine through her head and neck. And I'm going to give her the advantage today and use the red heifer to win the class. I think that she just, at the end of the day, this is a show, and you know, you like to make them productive looking, but you also like to add that added style. And she's got that style coming out, and you look at her in that front third of that body, she's got what it takes. And I think the style points kind of put her over the top today and trips my trigger a little more than the Brangus Heifer over here. So we're going to use the red calf to win. Good job to both of you young ladies.
Class number 4, sponsored by Colt Cattle Company. 7th place goes to Bailey Leitner with Town and Country 4-H. 6th place is Camden Howard, Town and Country 4-H. 5th place, Sydney Proctor, Bellevue High, FFA. 4th place, Kirsten Burbage, Caprine 4-H Club. 3rd place is Leah Van Ryck, Vanguard High, FFA. 2nd place is Julia Hedinger, Wilding Country 4-H Club. And 1st place goes to Callie Ray Cassidy, Majestic Oaks 4-H Club. Thank you for all the exhibitors in that class. This is the American Heavyweight class, sponsored by Crystal Waldron. There's 5 entries in this class. They range from 1,015 pounds to 1,085 pounds. In the arena will be Weston Howard, Town and Country 4-H, Rebecca Lafise, Trinity Catholic High, FFA, Addison Gray.
We're in lightweight champion. I'm sorry.
Okay, disregard what I said. This is my first rodeo, okay?
So lightweight champion is going to be your first place from each 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Okay. We're doing first and second. We're going for grand and reserve. Lightweights. Let me highlight my colors. First, second. Okay, so in the arena will be Ava Gigliotti, Wyatt Bryson, Avery Perryman, Leela Baldwin, Ada Perryman, Breely Yeomans, Callie Ray Cassidy, and Julia Hedinger. That's okay.
Young lady with the red calf's going to be our division winner today. I don't know if y'all saw me shake her hand, but she's going to be our division winner. So we'll bring in the second place from that class, which I believe is the young lady's Brangus over there. I'm going to use a second place calf in that last class to win your reserve champion today. I really like her look. I think she's real productive. Like I said, some minor stuff with, maybe a little excessive in her hind end, but definitely one that's productive. It's got all that rib shape that we're looking for, and definitely fits the bill for the reserve champion in this case.
Okay, your reserve lightweight heifer goes to Julia Hettinger from the Wild and Country 4-H Club. Your grand lightweight heifer is Callie Ray Cassidy. She's from the Majestic Oaks 4-H Club. Okay, now we'll go into the American heavyweights. Class number 5 is sponsored by Crystal Waldron. There's 5 entries in class number 5. In the arena will be Weston Howard from Town and Country 4-H, Rebecca Lafise, Trinity Catholic High FFA, Addison Gray, Southern Roots 4-H Club, Catherine Boyer, Town and Country 4-H, and Julia Hettinger, Wild and Country 4-H Club. The weight range here is 1,015 to 1,085. We have a horse record book that has been turned in up here at the announcer stand. If you're lost your horse record book, it's up here at the announcer stand. Your club chapter name, you're from the Majestic Oaks, and you were born in 2010, so if that's you, it's your book.
Let's put our hands together for this class of exhibitors in the heavyweight. If fifth place is going to be this young man's heifer, one that I'd like to maybe change her a little bit in terms of her balance. She is long and extended. She is deep-bodied. She gets really deep in terms of in the back portion of her flank. She's real deep-bodied. We like that, but I'd like to add some substance to her too. In the same, I'd like to maybe make her a little bit more bold in terms of her rib shape. She gets a little flatter and a little plainer in her muscle shape as well into her quarter and kind of tapers off and doesn't really give you that much to look at. But when we look at her from the front end, I'd like to clean her up through her brisket, make her a little more feminine in her head and neck, and balance her up just a little bit better to move her up in the class. But you're doing a good job with her, okay? Good job to you. Put your hands together for this young man. I'm sorry, I'm hard on the crowd. I want you guys to clap. Get into it. This is exciting for these kids to be able to do this. In the fourth place hole, this young lady's calf is one that we can also clean up from the front end. I like the foot and bone. I like how square this calf is down at the ground. She's long and extended, but I'd like to also give her more rib shape, make her come out of that forerib a little bit more boldly. Maybe make her a little deeper in the terms of that flank area and that bottom 1/3 of her belly. Make her just a little bit more wide and bold in terms of what some of the stuff in the top of the class is looking like. So let's give it up for this young lady. She's going to be fourth today in this class. In the third place hole is going to be this young lady's calf, one that's real nice and extended, level in her top line. Really like that. I think she's clean enough in her front end. I like how she is more feminine than the two that we just saw. She has adequate amount of foot and bone underneath her. Could we make it a little stouter? Probably. But I think she fits the bill in terms of that. She just gets a little plainer in her makeup, a little easier fleshing for me, and I think she's just maybe not as stout featured as the ones that are going to make it up into the top part of the class. Good job to you, young lady. Then we've got two at the top that I think maybe not stand and still show off the best qualities that they have, but when you put them on the move, they're both pretty sound-footed and stout-featured and going to make really nice, broody females. The Charlotte Influence calf is going to be my second-place calf today, and this young lady's just going to be my first. I really like that Brangus calf. I think she's real level-bodied. I like her moderate frame and design. I like how level she is, and I think she just combines all the pieces in the most complete female in this class, so I'm going to use her for first. Young lady, you're going to be second today. Good job to this class of exhibitors.
The American Heavyweight Class 5, sponsored by Crystal Waldron. Fifth place goes to Weston Howard from Town and Country 4-H. Fourth place is Addison Gray with Southern Roots 4-H. Third place, Julia Hedinger with Wild and Country 4-H Club. Second place is Catherine Boyer, Town and Country 4-H. And first place goes to Rebecca Lafise with Trinity Catholic High FFA. Your next class is the American Heavyweight Class 6, sponsored by the Hensley family. There's two entries in the class, Chloe Davis with Wild and Country 4-H Club, and Ava Routh with Town and Country 4-H Club. This is class number 6 of the American Heavyweight.
In this heavyweight class, we've got two that are really, really nice. You look at them from two different, breed angles if I'm looking at them, but some that both have really nice features when we're talking about breeding. They're both long and extended. They're both bold featured. They're both really broody, and we really like both of them. But I'm going to prefer to use the Brahma calf as the winner today. I think that she's got the added advantage at the ground. When you look at her, she's a little bit squarer, a little bit truer, wider in her chest floor, and a little bit cleaner up front and more feminine for me. So I'm going to use her. I think she's extremely impressive. She's got that deep body, really nice, bold rib shape. So we're going to use her to win today. Angus influence heifer, Brangus, however you want to say. This is a nice calf as well. One that I definitely like to clean up in her head and neck, but some of that is just, the Brahma influence in her. But one that is a broody female that's definitely long and extended with that rib shape as well. So good job to both of you guys.
Class number 6, sponsored by the Hensley family. Second place goes to Ava Routh from Town and Country 4-H. First place is Chloe Davis, Wild and Country 4-H. In the arena is class number 7, sponsored by M&M Cattle. In the arena is Emily Wall from Town and Country 4-H, Kirsten Burbage, Caprine 4-H, and Madison Wall, Town and Country 4-H Club. This weight range is from 1,250 to 1,320.
Let's put our hands together. I'm going to leave these just as they sit. This young lady's red Brahma is going to be first, and then we're going to have second and third. And I'll talk them for the reason I think that this Brahma is just, she's got what it takes in terms of depth of body, and like I've been preaching all day in terms of rib shape, she's got it. She's got everything that we need. I would argue that you could make her a little sounder footed off those back two, particularly that back left foot. She doesn't necessarily want to get out and move quite as well on it, but I do think she's sound enough in terms of, and square enough in terms of her structure to not let that bother her too much. I think she's sound structured and really nice and level bodied and deep bodied like we're looking for. She puts the pieces together for me. She's the most feminine in the class, and I think she takes the cake in this class. Let's give it up for that young lady. The young lady's calf is second, more of a more moderate framed in terms of looking at the two in the first and the second. One that's definitely got some nice foot and bone underneath her, long and extended. She's square out of her hips. She's long bodied, but definitely want to clean her up in her front end and kind of make her a little more stretched out and extended and more feminine in her appearance. So this young lady's got a nice one as well. Let's give it up for her in the second hole. In the body calf in the third place hole today, one that's just a little more plainer, a little more fleshy or easier fleshing when we look at her on the move, one that we just like to clean up and freshen up from an appearance standpoint, one that maybe isn't as square as some of the ones at the top of the class today that I'd like to change from a structural standpoint in the way that she puts those front two down. She gets a little more splay-footed compared to the other ones in the class. Like to clean her up through that front end and kind of maybe deepen her out more into her flank and add a little more width of foot and bone underneath her to make her more ideal today in this class. Let's give it up for these three young ladies and these nice quality calves in this class.
Class number 7, sponsored by M&M Cattle Company. Third place goes to Emily Wall from Town and Country 4-H. Second place is Kirsten Burbage, Caprine 4-H Club. And first place goes to Madison Wall, Town and Country 4-H. Okay, now we'll do the heavyweight grand and reserve. So we will need Rebecca Lafise, Catherine Boyer, Chloe Davis, Ava Routh, Kirsten Burbage, and Madison Wall in the arena, please.
Out of these three, it's a pretty easy decision for me. I think there's one that's just hard to find any holes in, and I really appreciate the femininity in her, and that's going to be the Gray Brahma. It's going to win your division champion. So in choosing a reserve champion for this division, not to be biased, but I prefer this Brahma calf. I think I'm not just a Brahma person. I know some people are like that, but it's not. I just think good cattle are good cattle, and we got good ones out here in the other two as well. But I think this one just puts the pieces together for me most similarly in terms of the one that I chose for my division champion. So to go right along with that, we're going to have to use her for division reserve champion. Congratulations to you.
Your heavyweight reserve is Madison Wall. And grand champion heavyweight will go to Chloe Davis. Congratulations. And thank you to the sponsors in the American heavyweight classes. Your next class is the American Cow Class 1, sponsored by Sunny Hill Cattle. There are 4 entries in this class. In the arena will be Hannah Varnado with North Marion High FFA, Ava Routh, Town and Country 4-H Club, Julia Hedinger, Wild and Country 4-H Club, and Chloe Davis, Wild and Country 4-H Club. The weight range here is 984 pounds to 1,555. When we get done with the American Cow Grand and Reserve, we will take a 20-minute break, and then we'll go into the commercial division. After the American Cow Grand and Reserve decisions, then we'll go into a 20-minute break, and then we'll go into the commercial division.
Let's put our hands together. We got some good pairs out here in the center of the ring. This baldy cow out here with the little calf is going to be our first place. Is also going to be our division winner in this division. Congratulations to y'all. You have some fans over there. I don't know if you know those people. They know you. You've done a great job. This is a really level-bodied cow. I really like the way that she presents herself. She's fresh, too, as well. You know, come out here and they've just had a calf that's this young. You know, she looks extremely fresh in her appearance. I really appreciate that. That's a really nice level-bodied calf, you know, and we appreciate that. So good job to you. You're going to be our division winner. Then the brindle cow and calf over here, I really like the features of this calf. He's real stout featured. You can make him a little leveler, but boy, he's a powerhouse. So we really appreciate, that's a little heifer calf. Same thing. She's extremely stout featured, excuse me, but one that's going to make a real nice productive female in the future. The mama, real nice, good, big-bodied cow. I'm sure she's a heck of a mama. She's real feminine in her makeup, real level design and square hip. We appreciate her from that standpoint, so good job to both of you. Let's put our hands together for them. They're our reserve division winners. And then in third and fourth place, two that we can't really find too many things to talk bad about. Just two really nice productive cows and pairs that we've got out here. Real nice little calves with them. Two that are real productive from a commercial type standpoint. So nothing bad to say about either one of them. Just maybe not as fresh or as bold in their appearance and in the ones in the top couple in the class. So good job to you guys.
The results for the American Cow Class Number 1, sponsored by Sunny Hill Cattle. Fourth place goes to Hannah Varnado from North Marion High FFA. Third place is Ava Routh from Town and Country 4-H Club. Second place and reserve is Chloe Davis from Wild and Country 4-H Club. And first place and grand champion is Julia Hettinger from Wild and Country 4-H Club. Congratulations to all of our winners. Okay, we will be taking a 20-minute break. We will be back here at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock. We found a phone here in the restroom. It's got a black OtterBox, and if you can identify the picture on it, you can have it. Here's a black OtterBox. Okay, if this is your phone, you got a phone call coming in. So if you want me to answer it, I will. So just letting you know. We'll be starting the commercial Heifer lightweight classes. Okay, there's going to be 4 classes. There'll be 5 entries in the first class. Class number 1 is sponsored by Colt Cattle Company. We want to thank all of our sponsors for these classes. It's very much appreciated. We want to give a shout out to the Dillon Media Group. They're the ones that keep everybody up here on the big TV screen and keep all the wires and everything running. We appreciate all the technology it takes to do this. It's all I can do to turn on a microphone, make it work, but we really appreciate all the hard work that it really takes to put this together. It's really appreciated. Class number 1. Okay. Okay, we're going to be waiting a few more minutes. There's a board meeting, so we'll just wait till we get the okay to start showing again. Okay, commercial heifer lightweight, class number 1, sponsored by Colt Cattle Company. In the arena, Shelby Faison, Colon Academy School 4-H Club. Emma Dews from Denellen FFA, Stella Ponce, Denellen Middle FFA, Adeline Upton, Majestic Oaks 4-H, and Allie Mae Spalding, Majestic Oaks 4-H Club. These heifers average 449 pounds to 628.
Let's put our hands together for all the kids out here in the ring. These are some good calves, and it's high quality from here, so it's hard to place them really fast. I want to make sure that I'm making the right decision, so give me just a little bit of extra time to do that, so thank you for that. We got 2 in the top of the class today, and then these are going to be our 3rd, 4th, and 5th. The one that I like a little better than the other, we got some trade-offs between them. I think that the red calf is a little more feminine through her head and neck, and you look at her, I wish she would just carry that depth that she has in her forerib all the way back into her lower part of her flank, and maybe add just a little bit of bone that I do believe that the baldy calf has in this pair of them. I do think the baldy calf is more of a broody type female. They're both really square in their design and square out of their hip and level in their top line. I think I'm going to prefer the little bit of added rib shape that the baldy calf has got today. She's going to be my first, and the red calf's going to be my second. So good job to both of you guys. Good job. In 3rd place, we're going to use the white flanked calf out here, one that's similar in her type and kind of in terms of her femininity to carry through those feminine traits in the top 3. I think she's comparable to those, so that's why I'm going to use her femininity and her level design over the more rugged and heavier muscled female that's in the 4th place hole. I think that's one that's definitely going to be a nice steer maker and a nice heifer that's going to produce some good terminal calves for the show ring. But today, I think in preference, for my personal preference, is the femininity and the look, the maternal look that the 3rd place has over the 4th place. So good job to both of you. And then we come down to the 5th place hole. Not a bad production female at all. Once more, obviously, Angus influence. She's not going to be as heavy muscled, but then again, we're not necessarily looking for muscle. We're looking for depth, length of body, capacity, internal capacity. And I think this calf is just right about perfect for that. I think just she gets a little bit outbalanced and her top line's not as strong as some of the ones that are a little bit higher. And structurally, I think she could stand to put a little bit more foot and bone on her at the surface. So those are just some picky things that I would put, but in this class, she's going to be 5th. But you did a great job, young lady. Let's give it up for all these kids in the ring.
In the commercial heifer lightweight, class number 1, sponsored by Colt Cattle Company. 5th place goes to Allie Mae Spalding from Majestic Oaks 4-H. 4th place is Emma Dews from Dunellen High FFA. 3rd place is Shelby Faison with Colon Academy School 4-H Club. 2nd place is Stella Ponce with Dunellen Middle FFA. And 1st place goes to Adeline Upton with Majestic Oaks 4-H Club. Coming in the arena will be the heifer lightweight, class number 2, sponsored by Dr. and Mrs. Bill Friel. There's 7 entries in this class. In the arena will be Evelyn Pierpont with Town and Country 4-H, Kinsley Starling, Trinity Catholic High FFA, Paisley Lewis, Bellevue, Bald Eagles 4-H, Easton Davis, Country Clovers 4-H Club, Sydney Proctor, Bellevue High FFA, Markeden Corbin with Lake Weir High FFA, and Lila Huggins, and hers will be shown by Bailey Leitner, Trinity Catholic High FFA. These lightweight heifers range from 688 they weigh from 688 to 788.
Let's give them a round of applause in this class. It's super high quality in the top end of it. And it's hard to distinguish until you get right on top of them and you're just looking for nitpicky things to separate the differences between them. But the two I picked for the top of the class, I think they're very similar in type and kind, and I feel comfortable placing them there for that reasoning. I think one of them just looks a little fresher appearing today, really gets out and moves a little fresher and looks a little more stylish in the ring. That's going to be the young lady over here who's going to win our class today. And then this young lady's going to be second. Again, two heifers that look really similar in their type and kind. This one just needs a little bit of advantage in terms of freshness today. I think she's looking a little less fresh than the one we got in the first place hole. And then in third place, we got one that I think you could argue is a little leveler design than the one I have in second place. Her top line's a little stronger when you compare both of them. The second place calf, her top line gets a little weaker when you put her on the move. This calf's got a little stronger top line and is a little more feminine, but I went for the added. Let's put our hands together for her. It's a lot tougher than it looks. I told her she was just excited that she won, so she was doing flips and stuff. Good job. So like I was saying, in third place, if you look at the one that's going out and the one that's here in the third hole, the one in the third hole is going to be just a notch leveler design, in my opinion. But I went for the added rib shape that the second place one has over the third place, and I just felt like that was maybe one of my deciding factors. The other reason was the second place had a little widthier foot and bone when you study her from the surface, and I just went for that. But nothing to be ashamed of in this third place animal. She could win the class in another class. It just happened to be super competitive in the top part of that one. So good job to you, young lady. Put our hands together for her. The fourth place hole, this is a deep-bodied, really moderate frame type heifer, one that's really square out of her hip and has a good amount of foot and bone underneath her. One that just gets a little odd in terms of her skeleton and her top line whenever she put on the move. She wants to get up in that top line, if you notice, when he puts her on the move. And that's one of the things I had to falter for in this class, to just move her down just a couple notches for that reasoning. But to be honest, it probably wouldn't be that big of a deal if you put her in a production setting. Just something that's a little nitpicky in the show ring in terms of the other quality that we have in the top of this class. Good job to you, young man. In the fifth place hole and the sixth place hole, a couple nice ones as well. I think the fifth place is more comparable to the top four in terms of her makeup. She's square at the ground, she's level over her top line, and she's full in her rib shape. She just tapers off a little bit in terms of capacity right behind that shoulder blade. If you really look at her, she gets a little sunk in right there. I'd like to see her come a little less coarse out of that shoulder and extend that front 1/3 of her body up through her head and neck and make her a little more feminine today to move her up any higher in the class. But good job to you, young lady. I think this calf, just like I spoke before, would place really high in another class. It's just a lot of quality in the top. Good job to you. You've done a great job today. You can clap for her. In the next place hole, I think we have two that are similar in their type and kind. You guys can go ahead and follow on out. The Angus type female here is one that just gives you a nice feminine look from that head and neck, but just gets a little frailer made in terms of her muscle. When you look at her at the ground, she's a little frailer boned, and she doesn't give you that full, deep appearing capacity in the bottom part of her belly and that barrel that you really want to see in a show class. And then you've got the Hereford influence one in the last hole. Not one that's bad at all from a commercial standpoint, just one that gets outdone in terms of overall fullness and rib shape and style in the show ring today. Let's give it up for these kids in this class.
Class number 2 was sponsored by Dr. and Mrs. Bill Friel. 7th place was Easton Davis with Country Clovers 4-H. 6th place is Evelyn Pierpont, Town and Country 4-H. 5th place, Paisley Lewis, Bellevue Bald Eagles 4-H. 4th place, Marcaden Corbin, Lake Weir High. 3rd place is Sydney Proctor with Bellevue High. 2nd place, Lila Huggins, and hers was shown by Bailey Leitner, Trinity Catholic High FFA, and first place goes to Kinsley Starling, Trinity Catholic High FFA. Your next class is class number 3, sponsored by Next Level RV. In the arena will be West Point High FFA chapter, shown by Madison Morgan. Leela Baldwin, Town and Country 4-H, West Point High FFA chapter, shown by Jillian Willoughby. Bellevue High FFA chapter, shown by Thomas Light. Brealey Yeomans from North Marion High FFA. Lake Weir FFA, shown by Victor Embody. Michaela Lowry, shown from Kendrick 4-H Club. There's 7 entries in this class. They range from 794 pounds to 864 pounds.
Thank you for letting me take my time on this class. This is the highest quality class that we've had all day, so let's give it up for them all the way down to the bottom. Definitely not a bottom one right there. I mean, another class you could place really high, so I just want to commend this class. It's a really, really good one. We're going to use this young lady's heifer right here to win the class. One that I think struck me from the get-go whenever she come out of the gate. She's one that's just flashy. She's level in her profile. She's level designed and got that real big square hip with that nice amount of added muscle as a bonus. She's feminine enough for me in her head and neck, and just really correct in all of her angles. Really like this calf, very complete. Let's give it up for this young lady. She's going to be our winner in this class. Good job. Young man in second place. This is a great calf as well. One that's a little less flashy, but one that's very productive in terms of her rib shape. She maybe gives up just a notch of that foot and bone, and to be honest, that could be a little bit of that hair that's fooling me. But comparably, I think there are two that are really high quality in the top part of this class. Good job, young man. You're going to be second today.
Sorry.
That was class number 3, sponsored by Next Level RV. 7th place is Leela Baldwin with Town and Country 4-H. 6th place, Bellevue's High FFA chapter, shown by Thomas Light. 5th place is Michaela Lowry from Kendrick 4-H Club. 4th place, Westport High FFA chapter, shown by Jillian Willoughby. 3rd place, Westport High FFA chapter, shown by Madison Morgan. 2nd place is Lake Weir High FFA, shown by Victor Embody. And 1st place goes to Briley Yeomans from North Marion High FFA. Your next class is class number 4, sponsored by Russ and Priscilla Randall. There's 7 entries in this class. In the arena will be Savannah Sant from Westport High. Caprine 4-H, shown by Hunter Varnado. Madison Shade from Lucky Learners 4-H. Emily Serlinski from Fort McCoy Middle FFA. Harper Russell from Caprine 4-H Club. Riley Hall, Lucky Learners 4-H. And Lillian Wall, Town and Country 4-H. This class, the weight range is 888 pounds to 984.
Let's give them another round of applause in this class. This is high quality all the way down as well, in my opinion. We got two in the top of the class that are similar in their makeup. We've got one that I think is a little sounder on her feet and legs and moves a little freer and tracks her steps a little more closely. And I'm going to use the black heifer to win the class today. I think she's a little freer moving when you get her out and put her on the move. Now, standing still, I think the smoke heifer has the advantage. I just like the way she profiles and looks whenever you stand her still. But I think the black heifer, in terms of functional and being functional and being sound-footed enough to get around and pretty freely on that move, I think she takes the advantage because they're pretty comparable in all the other ways. So good job to you, young lady. You're going to be first. You're going to be second. I like this calf as well a lot. Thank you. Good job. In third place, we got a black calf that's pretty level-bodied. It's pretty comparable in terms of the quality that the black heifer has in the first slot. One that just gets a little more sloped in her top line. She gets her feet up underneath her in the back part of her body, just a little bit more excessive than I'd like. But she has really good rib shape. She's pretty feminine throughout. Really like her in terms of that. Just wish I could strengthen her up in her top line. And then in the fourth hole, the Charlet influenced heifer out here, one that's got a big, bold rib cage in her. I really like how square she is out of the point of her hip. She's just one that maybe loses a little bit of rib shape behind her shoulder blade. She loses that a little bit, gets a little bit flatter in that forerib in terms of some ones in the topper end of the class. So good job to you, young lady. I like your heifer a lot. This little girl's a sport. I like her. She's a good one. All right. So and then in fifth place, we've got fifth, sixth, and seventh. They're similar in the way that they all distracted me. She's out here without a halter, guys. Or she's got a halter, but she's not using it very much. There are three that I think just get a little bit more pieced up for me. They're not as ideal, I think, as some of the ones in the top part of the class for me. And like I said before, this is a tough spot to be in because you've got really good animals and nobody wants to place anybody last. That's not my goal out here today at all, is to make anybody feel like theirs is the last place. Everybody's got some really high quality stuff today, but that's just the job that I have out here, and since you guys asked me to judge today, I've got to place some of them a little bit lower in that class. So I just wanted to throw that out there and say that we've got some really high quality animals, even in the bottom end of some of these classes. Let's give it up for them one more time.
Class number 4 was sponsored by Russ and Priscilla Randall. 7th place goes to Caprine 4-H, shown by Hunter Varnado. 6th place is Lillian Wall, Town and Country 4-H. 5th place, Riley Hall, Lucky Learners 4-H. 4th place, Harper Russell from Caprine 4-H Club. 3rd place, Emily Sorinsky from Fort McCoy Middle FFA. 2nd place is Savannah Sant from Westport High FFA. And 1st place goes to Madison Shade from Lucky Learners 4-H Club. We will bring in the 1st and 2nd place winners from the first 4 classes, class 1, 2, 3, and 4 of the commercial heifer lightweights.
I'm going to use this young lady's calf to win the division. I think that's a pretty dang complete one right there. Not much more than you can ask for. So, you know, if you were really getting nitpicky and you wanted to kind of thin her out, make her just a notch more feminine, you could say that. But that's one that's very hard to find a hole in, and one that I'd really, really appreciate. So that's going to be your division winner. One that I feel like closely follows her is going to be our reserve champion. It's going to be in this one right here. These two calves look almost related. They're so close to each other. You know, I really appreciate the length of body and the fullness of that rib capacity that both of these calves have in the top two of this division. Congratulations to these two, and good job, everybody. Y'all did a good job.
Reserve goes to Madison Shade from Lucky Learners 4-H Club. Grand goes to Breely Yeomans from North Marion High FFA. We're going into the commercial heifer heavyweight. We've got 6 entries in class number 5, sponsored by Glendale Builders. In the arena will be Lila Huggins, Trinity Catholic High, FFA. Megan Gerace, Denellen Middle, FFA. Chloe O'Cull, Caprine 4-H Club. Carson Oliver, Bellevue Bald Eagles 4-H Club. Emma Dews, Denellen High, FFA. And Danella Highslip, Westport High, FFA. These heifers will range from 1,005 to 1,050 pounds. We want to thank all the family and friends of all the exhibitors that are here today. This is a great crowd. It's really appreciated, everybody that comes and supports these kids.
Let's give it up for this class. The top end of it is pretty competitive. That's why I left 3 instead of 2 this time. It's just trading off different, different preferences between the 3 of them. Definitely going to start our class with this young man's calf over here. I think this one puts it all together for me in terms of all the rib shape and the qualities that we've talked about all day long. I'm not going to keep repeating the same things, but mainly just the rib shape and how the length of body and everything, all the pieces have been put together in this particular calf. I really like how clean fronted this one is and how complete she is throughout. So we're going to give the title to that guy. Good job to you, young man. And then in second and third, it really comes down to some differences. We've got a calf right here that I would like to extend out of her head and neck just a little bit, make her a little longer fronted, and maybe balance her up just a nick in that front shoulder. And then I've got a calf over here that's really complete throughout, but she gets a lot splay-footed in the front when you look at her. That's one of the main things that's holding me back from keeping her and maybe even moving her up to first is that structural issue that I kind of see down at the ground. But I don't think it's too much enough to move her out of second place. So today I think that she's going to get second just for the idea that she's deepest bodied out of these 2. I think she combines the most feminine appearance in that front third of her body. And I really like the way, just that she's put together, I think a little better than the one I'm going to use for third. She's a lot more show appealing and attractive when you study her whenever she moves around. Just like to change that one thing about her front feet. And then the one in third place we just talked about, like I said, I'd extend her out of that head and neck to make her a little more ideal, but a really broody, nice maternal female that's going to go really far. Then we've got come down to fourth and fifth place, 2 that are similar in their type and kind. The baldy calf up here, one that's just real correct, maybe gets a touch splay-footed in that front right foot, but one that's real complete throughout, just gets a little bit flatter in that forerib behind that shoulder and a little more coarse-shouldered than the one that I put up in the third and second place today. Then the one in, you can go ahead out, young lady. And then the one in fifth place is one that I'd clean up, maybe give her a little bit more width and dimension through that center portion of her rib cage, and maybe widen her up through her chest floor, make her just a little bit stouter and bigger featured to move her up any further. Then we get down to 2 in the bottom portion of the class that are not bad at all. Just need to be freshened up a little bit. I'd like to change the head and neck of this red calf just a notch, and maybe make a little bit more substance and balance in the black and white calf that's going to round out the class for us today. But a nice, good, competitive group of kids and calves as well. Good job to you.
That's the number 5 class, sponsored by Glendale Builders. 7th place goes to Danella Heislip from Westport High. 6th place is Lila Huggins, Trinity Catholic, FFA. 5th place, Chloe O'Cull from Caprine 4-H Club. 4th place, Megan Gerace from Denellen Middle, FFA. 3rd place, Emma Dews from Denellen High, FFA. 2nd place, Jasmine Raymond from Westport High. And 1st place is Carson Oliver from Bellevue Bald Eagles 4-H. Class number 6 will be coming in the arena. This is sponsored by Creative Photos by Tracy. We have 9 entries in this class. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. In the arena will be North Marion High, FFA, shown by Kinley Antis. Aiden Permar, Dunellen High, FFA. Breely Yeomans, North Marion High, FFA. Emma Dews, Dunellen High, FFA. Savannah Sant, Westport High, FFA. Tenley Proctor, Bellevue High, FFA. Kendall Weidenbacher, Southern Roots 4-H Club. Rosa Grace McKee from North Marion High, FFA. And Frank Sakuda, Forest High, FFA. These heavyweight heifers range from 1,090 pounds to 1,125 pounds.
Let's put our hands together for another awesome class. This is a really high quality commercial show. I really appreciate all that. That's awesome. So from all the way at the top, this young lady's calf is going to be our division winner, just coming out here in the center. I think this one is just similar to all the ones I've picked all day. She's real feminine in that head and neck. She's real capacious and got that volume and length and width and depth throughout. She's real structurally correct and sound and got structural integrity when she hits the ground. So she's going to be our winner today. Let's give it up for her. And then in second place is going to be one that's similar in type and kind. This young lady's showing here, one that's extremely feminine also in her nature. One that I could add a little bit of foot and bone underneath, just a nick more. Watch out, babe. It's okay. Just one that you could add a little more foot and bone if you wanted to do something to change. That's my opinion, but one that I like in second, next to that really nice winner up there in the top spot. Then the one in third place, the body calf for me, is one that you got a fan over there. One that's you could freshen her up just a little bit more and make her a little more show appealing today. I think trim her up in her underline maybe just a notch and clean her up in her brisket area and make her a little more trimmed a little closer maybe and make her look just a notch more feminine. Good job, young lady. But one that just to me isn't quite as complete in the way that I like them as the ones that are in the top two spots, but a really nice extended long-bodied one to go in third. And then I'm just going to talk these in a couple, you can go ahead and circle out, and I'll talk them as they walk by. But some that are similar in their makeup to the ones that just went out. Go ahead, young man. They're level-bodied, these next two. They're level in their top line. They just get a little bit frailer made at the ground, I think. This one's actually pretty well-boned. But some of them that moved on down the line get a little bit frailer made and a little flatter-sided compared to some of the ones in the top of this class. And like I said, the quality is so high, it's definitely not my goal at any point to make anybody last. I mean, I hate that. I hate when my own kids last at something, so I don't want to go out here and place anybody in that last spot, but unfortunately, or I guess fortunately, there's so many good ones that you have to place a last at some point. So this one's also a really nice one that gives up some muscle shape and gets a little plainer throughout, a little easier fleshing, maybe not quite as attractive and gives you that real nice show look as some of the ones in the higher part of the class, but again, a real nice level-bodied female that's got that real nice, strong, and level top line. Then you got the Charlet one here, one that I could balance up just a little better if I could do anything to change her, but one that's a nice production female and one that's going to go out in the field and make a nice mama one day. Good job to you, young lady. All right, she's already bred, so that's a good thing. Then you got a couple in the lower part of the class that, again, are not any way bad, just some that, just for little minor differences when you're having to sort them and pick them, you pick them for smaller things. They're a little frailer boned, I think, than some of the ones that move on up the class. But again, that's a really nice heifer right there. I'd have to take that one anyway, any day, so I appreciate y'all coming out, and good job, everybody.
Here are the results for class number 6, sponsored by Creative Photos by Tracy. 9th place goes to Aiden Permer from Denellen High, FFA. 8th place is Emma Dews from Denellen High, FFA. 7th place is Kinley Antis from North Marion High FFA, shown by Kinley Antis, I'm sorry. 6th place is Tenley Proctor, Bellevue High, FFA. 5th place, Rosa Grace McKee, North Marion High, FFA. 4th place, Frank Sakuda, Forest High, FFA. 3rd place, Kendall Weidenbacher from Southern Roots 4-H Club. 2nd place is Savannah Sand from Westport High, FFA. And 1st place is Briley Yeomans from North Marion High, FFA. Class number 7 is sponsored by the Hensley family. Class number 7 is in the arena now. There are 9 entries in this class. In the arena is North Marion High FFA, shown by Emma Ramsey, Zach Blackburn, Southern Roots 4-H, Aubrey Bukovich, Southern Roots 4-H, Scarlett Ernest, Southern Roots 4-H, Sam Love, Bellevue Bald Eagles 4-H, Kinsley Starling, Trinity Catholic High, Gabriella Kaplan, Wild and Country 4-H Club, Lane Taylor, Town and Country 4-H Club, and Lillian Lagos from Westport High FFA. These heifers range from 1,145 pounds to 1,275 pounds.
Just keeping them on their toes out here, making them switch back and forth. No, I just want to make sure I'm getting it right because I know it means a lot to these kids and they work really hard. And I've taught ag for 8 years and was FFA advisor, and I know how much goes into it. So I just want to take my time and make sure that we get it all the way right, all the way down to the last person in the class. So I hope you appreciate that and know that I'm trying to do the best that I can out here and make sure everybody feels valued and learns something at the end of the day. So in the top of our class today, we've got 2 that I think they have some really good qualities about them. Like we've talked all day, they've got their rib shape, they've got the length of body, they've got the volume and internal capacity. I'm going to take one more look at them. I'm going to tell you which one is going to be your first, and then we'll talk down the line. I think we're going to leave them the way we are. This young lady's going to be our first place winner today. This one's just got it super expansive in her rib shape. She's real feminine up through her head and neck, and it's one that I think just deserves to take the cake today in this class. The one that's going to closely follow in second place, the baldy calf, is one that's also got a lot of good rib shape in her. She's one that I'd like to maybe change her front end just a notch and make her a little more feminine in the top part of her head and her neck, stretch her out just a notch, but one that definitely deserves to be second today. Good job to you, young man. In third place, we go down the line. You guys can go ahead and file out, and I'll talk about you as we're filing out. The one in third place is special. I really like the way she's level in her top line. She's strong in that top line. She's got that real nice square hip in her and real attractive in her front end. And the one in fourth place is one that gets a little coarser made. I really would like to smooth her out of the point of her shoulder and make her just a little bit smoother and more feminine in that makeup. I think that's what kind of knocks her back a few places for me today. She's extremely stout boned and stout featured at the ground, but one that just kind of loses some points for me in terms of her growing kind of outside of herself. She's a little bit more rugged in her makeup and would like to make her a little more feminine today. The one young man that's going to be in the next spot, he's got a really nice female here, one that's real long-bodied, just gets a little plainer in terms of her rib shape, maybe a little flatter sided, and would like to make her a little more stout-featured and stout-ribbed to move her up today. Along with the one that follows her, the Charlet Influence calf is also one that I'd like to maybe make a little more stout in her rib cage and kind of widen her up and make her a little straighter in her lines. Then we move on down the line. You guys can go ahead and file out. We've got some differences and some changes in terms of structure and balance. The one that's coming out in front of me right now, I'd like to change her and flatten her out in terms of her top line. She gets a little up in her top when she's put on the move, which could indicate some skeletal stuff, but just to be nitpicky, I think that calf has got a really nice, good volume and dimension in her. I think in terms of being a commercial female, she's going to be just fine, as is the one that's following her and the one that's going to round out the class today. Just some differences that you could make and make a case for is just femininity, making sure that our heifers look like heifers and our steers look like steers. So we want to make sure we have those traits to genetically follow through in their lineage. So let's congratulate these winners. They did a great job in the show ring, and I know they're getting tired by this point. So good job, everybody.
That was class number 7, sponsored by the Hensley family. 9th place is Lane Taylor from Town and Country 4-H. 8th place, Lillian Lagos, Westport High FFA. 7th place is Gabriella Kaplan from Wild and Country 4-H. 6th place, North Marion High FFA, shown by Emma Ramsey. 5th place, Zach Blackburn, Southern Roots 4-H Club. 4th place is Kinsley Starling from Trinity Catholic High. 3rd place, Scarlett Ernest, Southern Roots 4-H. 2nd place is Sam Love from Bellevue Bald Eagles 4-H. And 1st place goes to Aubrey Bukovich from Southern Roots 4-H Club. In the arena is Class 8. There are 8 entries in this class. This class is sponsored by Baldwin Angus Ranch. In the arena is Ashlyn Wan from Vanguard High. Oh, there's 6 entries in this class, excuse me. In the arena is Ashlyn Wan from Vanguard High. Brooke Sakuda, Forest High FFA. Sam Love, Bellevue Bald Eagles 4-H Club. Ashlyn Wan, Vanguard High, FFA. Kirsten Burbage, Caprine 4-H Club and Lake Weir High, FFA. These heifers range from 1,300 pounds to 1,370 pounds.
Let's put our hands together. We got two, let's put our hands together for these exhibitors. We got two really broody and maternal, really nice heifers in the top of this heavyweight class that are very similar in the way that they're made. I think my preference is the white flanked heifer is going to go first today. I think she just puts it together a little nicer than the one that's going to be in second. Sorry, they're both flanked. I didn't see that one. This one's going to be first. Forgive me. You're going to be first today. You're going to be second, young lady. I think just in terms of the, just little nitpicky stuff, this one just seems a little more maternal to me in terms of her head and neck. And this one, I'd clean her up just in that way. But they're both really nice. They both got really good rib shape and strong in their tops. But let's give it up for those two young ladies in the top 2 holes. When we get down further in the class, in the 3rd place hole, we've got one that gets a little, I'd like to kind of strengthen her up and extend her out of her front end and strengthen her up in her top line, and maybe she gets a little more excessive in her hind leg placement when you put her on the move. One that's not quite as attractive as the top 2, but I think still deserves to be in the top 3. So congratulations to you, young lady. And again, the quality is really high in this class, as we've talked about before. Then in the 4th hole, you guys can go ahead and file out. In the 4th hole, the Charlet Influence calf is extremely long-bodied and extended when you view her on the profile. She's one that is really nice in terms of her rib shape as well. Just gets a little plainer, I'd say, and maybe just chops off a little bit behind her shoulder where you'd like to kind of blow her out a little more in her internal capacity if you were really getting picky about things. But one that is long and extended, we admire her for that. We admire her for her foot and bone structure. She's a good one as well. Then the young man that's going to be after her, just another one that we could clean up in certain areas, maybe gets a little plainer as well as the one that follows him, one that's maybe loses a little bit of her flashiness, and we need to balance her up a little better today and extend her out, make her a little more feminine to move her up in the class. Good job, everybody. Let's give them one more round of applause.
Okay, in that class, 1st place goes, or 5th place, 6th place, my gosh. 6th place goes to Sam Love from Bellevue Bald Eagles 4-H Club. 5th place is Lake Weir High FFA, shown by Bryant Cagle. 4th place is Kirsten Burbage from Caprine 4-H Club. 3rd place, Brooke Sakuda, Forest High FFA. 2nd place is Ashlyn Wan from Vanguard High FFA, and 1st place is Ashlyn Wan from Vanguard High FFA. We will bring in our grand and reserves for the commercial heifer heavyweight classes. Okay, no particular order. In the ring will be Jasmine Raymond, Carson Oliver, Briley Yeomans, Savannah Sant, Aubrey Bukovich, Sam Love, Ashlyn Wan, and Ashlyn Wan. This class is sponsored by Baldwin Angus Ranch.
The young lady exhibitor number 12 out here with her calf is going to be our grand champion for this certain division. Grand champion or division champion? Division champion, excuse me. She's going to be our division champion. Really like that one. We're going to bring in a second place from that class.
Okay, in the commercial heifer heavyweight class, your reserve champion goes to Carson Oliver. Your grand champion is shown by Aubrey Bukovich. In the previous class, Class 8, the Lake Weir High FFA heifer was shown by Brant Cagle. I said his name wrong. His name is Brant Cagle that was showing the heifer. Okay, we're going into the commercial cow. Class number 1, the sponsor is Sunny Hill Cattle. You have 5 entries in the class. In the arena will be Dylan Barnes from Lake Weir High FFA, Peyton Williams, Colt Country 4-H Club, Sydney Proctor, Bellevue High FFA, and Daniela Heislip, West Point High FFA. These cows weigh from 720 pounds to 1,255 pounds. We want to thank our judge today, Sarah Bowles. She was raised in Levy County, and she was an active member of Bronson FFA and had a very successful SAE program in beef and swine. She raised and exhibited both crossbred and purebred Angus cattle and swine, and she was a member of the Florida Junior Angus Association and the Florida Junior Cattlemen's Association in high school. Throughout Midland High School, she judged livestock in the Florida FFA Livestock Judging CDEs, making it through preliminary contest and onto state contest. She served a year as a Florida FFA state officer and traveled the state and nation, experiencing both small and large-scale production animal agriculture. Upon fulfilling her year of service to Florida FFA, she entered the University of Florida as a freshman and began her degree in animal science before changing majors to agricultural education and communications. She was a member of the UF Block and Bridle Animal Science Club and was a member of the UF Intercollegiate Livestock Judging Team in 2014. She's currently the agricultural teacher and FFA advisor at Taylor County Middle School in North Florida, and she enjoys livestock judging and seeing students grow in new agricultural knowledge. So we really appreciate Sarah being here today.
Let's put our hands together for this class of cow-calf pairs and bred heifers. The one that's going to take the cake for me in this particular class is this pair that's up here in the front. There's red cow and her calf. I think that they got quality down throughout, and I appreciate that. So I'm going to give the win to them today. I think they've got the best quality in both the calf and the mama cow. They're both doing a great job. Then the young man with the black heifer, she's bred. She's 4 months bred, he said. And they're gonna take second today. I think just out of the quality of the ones that are left, I think this one's looking pretty fresh for being 4 months bred. I really appreciate the foot and bone underneath her, and I think he's got her looking really good today, and I appreciate that. So good job to you, young man. You're gonna be second. In third place, we have the large frame cow here and her calf. I think that calf is extremely good quality. I really like that. So we're going to give them third today. I think maybe just balance up a little better to move any higher and kind of make her a little fresher today. But obviously she just had a calf, so we got to give her that. So we're going to give her third place, and you're going to be fourth today. You're going to be fourth today. Good job to you.
The results for class number 1, sponsored by Sunny Hill Cattle. Fourth place is Dylan Barnes from Lake Weir High. Third place is Daniela Highslip, Westport High FFA. Second place is Peyton Williams from Colt County 4-H Club. And first place goes to Sydney Proctor from Bellevue High FFA. Coming in the arena will be class number 2, sponsored by Baldwin Angus Ranch. In the arena will be Brianna Lopez, Stars and Stripes 4-H Club. Michaela Lowry, Kendrick 4-H Club. Reagan Barlow, Southern Roots 4-H. Lila Huggins, Trinity Catholic High, FFA. And Aubrey Bukovich, Southern Roots 4-H Club. These cows weigh from 1,270 pounds to 1,555 pounds.
Let's give it up for these kids. This is our last class of cow-calf pair before we go into our Supreme Grand or Division Champion, then Supreme Grand Champion. The young ladies out here showing this pair right here. Man, what a heck of a baby. Look at that baby when he goes by. He's a powerhouse. I'm excited about them. They do a really good job. It's a real level-bodied mama cow, and excuse me, that's a heifer. That's a really nice heifer calf that she's got by her side. She's maintained her condition. She looks really good. The mama cow does, and then we got the baby, like I said, that's comparable in her levelness of design, and she's going to make a really good show calf as well. So let's give it up for them. They're going to be our winner of this class. In second place, all the way down, you guys can go ahead and cycle out if you want to. One that's comparable in second place to the one that we just had in first. This is our division? Is this our division or just our class? I was going to say, all right. One that's comparable in terms of the same quality. Really like that calf as well. And until I saw these guys, I thought you guys were going to win first place, okay? I just think just in terms of freshness, they have the advantage in terms of the cow. I really like both of these pairs in the top two. Then you come down in this red cow and her calf, they do really well as well. Maybe not quite as strong in her top line in terms of the but a really good, nice quality in third place as well, all the way down into fifth place. Nothing bad to say about these guys. I know as well as anybody, when you have a baby, you don't look as fresh as you did before, right? So they look pretty good for being just having calves. And so let's give it up for all these kids in this class, and these are some pretty good pairs in here.
Here are the placings for class number 2 that was sponsored by Baldwin Angus Ranch. 5th place goes to Michaela Lowry from Kendrick 4-H Club. 4th place is Brianna Lopez, Stars and Stripes 4-H Club. 3rd place, Aubrey Bukovich from Southern Roots 4-H Club. 2nd place, Reagan Barlow, Southern Roots 4-H Club. And 1st place goes to Lila Huggins from Trinity Catholic High FFA. Okay, in the arena for the commercial cow Grand and Reserve, in the arena will be, in no particular order, Peyton Williams, Sydney Proctor, Reagan Barlow, and Lila Huggins. Your commercial cow reserve is Reagan Barlow. Your grand champion is Lila Huggins. Okay, your next class is Overall Supreme Female. From the American Lightweight class, we need Callie Ray Cassidy from Majestic Oak. Oaks 4-H, sorry. The American Heavyweight class, we need Chloe Davis, Wild and Country 4-H. From American Cow, Julia Hedinger from Wild and Country 4-H. Commercial Lightweight, Breely Yeomans, North Marion High, FFA. Commercial Heavyweight, Aubrey Bukovich, Southern Roots 4-H. And Commercial Cow, Lila Huggins, Trinity Catholic High, FFA. We need those 6 in the arena, please.
As we come down to our Supreme Grand Champion, it's been a heck of a show. These have been some of the most competitive classes that I've had the pleasure of judging in several states that I've been able to do in the last few months. I really, really appreciate the quality in this class. I think it's commendable to give yourselves a hand. I think let's put our hands together for just the quality of the kids and the animals that we've been able to witness today in the show ring. I want to thank each one of y'all for allowing me to be able to sort your animals today, and thank you to the ladies who asked me to come. I know I'm actually filling in for somebody that couldn't be here, but I appreciate the opportunity to fill in and be in this position. And like I said before, it's not always the easiest to be in this position. You're always going to have to place somebody last and somebody first, and I would much rather place everybody first, but unfortunately, that's not how this world works, and I think this is a pretty good sport to kind of learn how to gracefully not win sometimes and let somebody else be in the limelight. That teaches character, and I think it's important for all of us, including myself, to learn that. So thank you for allowing me this opportunity. And one piece of advice that I'd like to leave you with, and something that's helped to guide me in my life, I've enjoyed being in the agriculture industry, but the first and foremost, I use this as a platform as well to kind of share my testimony and thank the Lord for giving me the opportunity to be able to live my passion and be able to go around and livestock judge across the U.S. And I would just encourage you young people, and really anybody out there, that if you haven't given your life to Jesus, that's the most important thing above any of the sports, any of the things we could do in the show ring, is to put Jesus first in your life. And if you haven't done that, I encourage you to. And I can tell you, you'll never look back. You'll never see life the same again. And it's so much more rewarding every single day living for Him. So I encourage you in that. I encourage you to recognize and pat the person on the back that wins today. And thank you all for having me. I'm going to go select your Supreme Grand Champion.
Your overall Supreme Female is Aubrey Bukovich. Congratulations. We're going to be doing the Homegrown Heifer class. In heat number 1 will be Shelby Faison, Colon Academy School 4-H Club. Emma Dews, Denellen High, FFA. Adeline Upton, Majestic Oaks 4-H Club. Allie Mae Spalding from Majestic Oaks 4-H Club. Ebry Perryman from Town and Country 4-H Club. Evelyn Pierpoint, Town and Country 4-H Club. Kinsley Starling, Trinity Catholic High FFA. Alyssa Skinner, Country Clovers 4-H Club. And Gracie Faison, Lucky Learners 4-H Club. This class is the homegrown class. This is the animal that is bred and calved while under the care of the exhibitor. This is a product of the exhibitor's animals.
So they told me I didn't need to place them all the way down in this particular homegrown show. So I'm just pulling these 2 young ladies and their calves back to the final drive, and we'll have one more regular class, and then we'll bring these 2 and whatever I pick from the next class back to the final drive. But you guys all did a great job. Let's commend these kids for a job well done. Good job.
Adeline Upton and Kinsley Starling will be coming back for the final drive of the homegrown heifer class. Heat number 2 is Easton Davis. Oh, excuse me, Easton is a scratch. In the arena will be Hunter Varnado, Lila Huggins, West Point High FFA, shown by Madison Morgan. West Point High FFA, shown by Jillian Willoughby. Lake Weir High FFA, shown by Victor Embody. Bailey Leitner from Town and Country 4-H. Callie Ray Cassidy from Majestic Oaks 4-H. Harper Russell from Caprine 4-H Club, and Riley Hall from the Lucky Learners 4-H Club. These heifers will weigh from 764 pounds to 984 pounds.
The two young ladies over here that I sent to the corner, they're going to be coming back for the final drive as well. Everybody else, y'all did a great job. Let's put our hands together for them. My apologies. I thought I had already called her out for some reason, so she's going to be staying too as well.
Okay, from heat number 2, Lila Huggins from Trinity Catholic High FFA, Westport High FFA, shown by Madison Morgan, and Callie Ray Cassidy from Majestic Oaks 4-H. Heat number 3, Lillian Wall, Town and Country 4-H, Carson Oliver, Bellevue Bald Eagles, Addison Gray, Catherine Boyer, Julia Hedinger, North Marion High FFA, shown by Emma Ramsey, North Marion High FFA, shown by Kinley Antis, Emily Wall, Town and Country 4-H, and Sam Love, Bellevue Bald Eagles 4-H Club. These weigh from 984 pounds to 1,320 pounds.
These are going to be the two that are going to be returning from class number 3 of Homegrown Heifers. Let's give it up for these guys. Everybody's done a great job today, by the way. Let's put our hands together for them as they exit the ring. Good job.
From heat number 3, Carson Oliver at Bellevue Bald Eagles 4-H Club and Julia Hedinger from Wild and Country 4-H Club. Now, do they stay in and we bring in the cows? Now we're good. Okay, the 7 entries for the Homegrown Heifer Grand and Reserve will be, in no particular order, Adeline Upton from Majestic Oaks 4-H Club, Kinsley Starling, Trinity Catholic High FFA, Lila Huggins, Trinity Catholic High FFA, Westport High FFA, shown by Madison Morgan, Callie Ray Cassidy, Majestic Oaks 4-H Club, Carson Oliver from Bellevue Bald Eagles 4-H Club, and Julia Hedinger from Wild and Country 4-H Club.
So again, I just want to say it's been a pleasure today. Thank y'all so much for allowing me to come out and be your judge today. This young man's going to be our champion.
Your homegrown heifer reserve is Kinsley Starling, and your grand is Carson Oliver. Congratulations. Just a reminder, at the conclusion of the classes today, the Marion County Cattlewomen are sponsoring the Beef Heifer Alumni Showmanship. You can sign up at the office right outside the sales ring here. There'll be 2 classes, 18 to 30 years old and 31 and older. You must sign a waiver to participate in this, and any animal you ride, or the animals you ride, must have participated in the show. Show. Okay, I do horses, okay? I'm just, okay, any animal you show, don't ride it, okay? Any animal you show must have participated in the show.
Oh, is it the speaker? Okay, no more talking.
The next class is your homegrown cow. In the arena will be Julia Hedinger from Wild and Country 4-H Club and Daniela Heislip from Westport High FFA. Grand home cow is Julia Hettinger from Wild and Country 4-H Club, and your reserve is Daniela Heislip from West Point High FFA. Congratulations to our winners. Okay. We're going to be doing the 2024 SEYF Beef Heifer Alumni Showmanship.